Hello, everyone. It's Yogi here. Happy Sunday. Yes. I hope you are ready for a spot of stitching with me, with Yogi, in this beautiful, peaceful Sunday evening. And today, oh, I cannot wait. I am working on this really colorful and fun piece. And this is a piece from Aimee Stewart, okay, one of our favorite ladies. And this piece is called Vintage Toys 2. Okay, so as it says on the tin, it's going to be full of vintage toys there. And let me show you what it looks like. Look at this. It's just so gorgeous. And it's got all sorts of things going on wherever you turn. And this is the type of pattern I really like, because you never get bored of what you're stitching. And it's full of secrets, Easter eggs, and hidden gems. And I started this piece just before New Year, actually, because I was planning New Year's start. And lo and behold, for some reason, about mid-December, I just decided one day I was going to work on this piece, because I had this pattern for over a year in my folder, and I was just waiting for the right time. And I was right. The moment I decided to start to work on it, everything makes sense. And this piece is a max color piece. Okay, so let me show you where I am today. So I started from upper leg. You probably saw a little bit of my fabric there. I started from upper left, and I've been working steadily but surely with Gemma's color flow. And if you've been following the channel for a little bit by now, you know I'm the color flow princess. Okay, Gemma is the queen, I'm the princess, and I just love this method. And so currently there are a few pieces I'm working with this method, and it's going really well. So this is a regular size piece, but very intricate. A lot going on there. Fair bit of confetti, dare I say. And let me show the numbers as well. We like a little bit of numbers. And let me just go to the sprint there. So currently I'm on 1.71%. I'm very happy with that, actually, because the way I'm working, I don't really have loose stitches to go back and catch up. So I just feel very happy, because I'm just moving forward. That's it. So 1.71%, very good. And this chart has got a maximum number of colors when it comes to max color. It's 240. Okay, this is as high as it can go with the colors. And now in front of you, I am going to start a new sprint here, okay? And this counter is going to capture every single stitch I'm going to make today. And at the end of every session, I am going to share with you how many stitches I made, okay? Every day is a surprise. I have no idea most of the time, no clue. And sometimes I'm shocked for different reasons, okay? Guys, I want to say hello to you. Thank you for joining me today. And Sunday for me is always a mixture of, feeling like I've done a lot, because I teach a lot in the weekend as well. But also I feel so peaceful and restful to be here with you, stitching in the evening. At the moment is nearly 9 o'clock in the UK time. And so happy Sunday, everyone, and let's have a look. The first stitcher to report to the chat is our Anna. Well done. Anna says, hello, everyone. I hope everybody has a calm and relaxed Sunday. I hope you all do. And oh, Captain Squirrel is here nice and early, right on time for the class, Captain. And Captain Squirrel is in Australia, so good morning, Australia. And Captain says, good morning, stitchy friends. And also our Solar Wings as well says hello. Saying hello to Donna as well. Yes, and good to see you, Solar Winds. And our lovely Rajal is also here as well. And Linda. Hello, Linda. I hope you're feeling better every day. And we're here with you. Okay, Linda had a little injury there with a fall, with the snow. It's very please stay safe and be mindful. There's some extreme weather, you know, with the storm, flooding, God knows what, and snow as well. So stay safe. And we also have Lona right on time for the class as well. Well done, Lona. And Rachel is also here in the chat, and Likda as well, and Samantha, lovely Samantha, is here. And let's have a look. I love the fact that there's a lot of chat going on even before the stream. And scrolling down, we have, who have we got here? Yes, and Suzanne is here, of course. Good to see you, Suzanne. And is it Chelsea? Chelsea's joining us as well. And Barbara, hello, hello. And Needles keep me busy, is also here. And who else have we got? Hey, I see. Michelle Fuller, hello, hello, indeed. Big waves from Michelle here. And Marsha as well, another stitchy friend from Australia. And Alison Rainey, hello. And Love Drunk is also joining us. And Susan Barnes, hello. And Ruth is also here with us. And let's have a look, keep going. Yes, I want to say hello to everybody. And the Sleepy Stitcher, hello. I think you're new to us. Hello, hello, our new friends. She says, hi everyone, been wanting to make it to one of those. Yes, good stuff, good stuff. Well done, the Sleepy Stitcher, welcome. And also means Fusioner as well is back with us. Oh, so good to see you everyone. And Lynn as well has just joined us right on time there. So this piece, it's extremely fun. And also, I want to introduce to my friend here, okay? And my robot friend, okay? His name is Trevor. You probably have met him before. We talked about him. And Trevor has got a new book published at the back. So this is like some sort of, promotional tour. He's standing right in front of his own book and, looking very proud and slightly surprised with that expression. I don't know why. I don't know the story. And so this piece, I've been progressing. It's so much fun to stitch, first of all. It's like these toys, and they're fun to look at and fun to stitch. So I've been working on Trevor for a little bit, okay? And because of the method allows me to open up this line, color flow method. If you don't know what it is, don't worry. You're about to win this, okay? And so the way of stitching allows me to open up this diagonal line there. Not a straight line, it can be free-flowing. As you can see, I started to kind of venture out with this area, and I'll tell you what it is in a moment. But because of the length that's opened up diagonally, I'm able to move around to different color groups and different objects and stitch whatever I want any moment in time. Which is great because sometimes your stitching method kind of restricts you to a certain area, and maybe an area you feel it feels slightly sticky. You don't not really in the mood for the color groups or maybe the objects as well. But with this method, I'm free to roam around this with the edges, and also the distance as I stitch downwards to the bottom right there, it's going to lengthen even more. And at some point, I'll probably come to a hard stop. Maybe just kind of the height that I'm comfortable with, so I don't keep extending too long. It might, all the past threads might get slightly out of control. So that's for the stitcher to decide. I have not got to that point just yet. Maybe a few more blocks, and maybe I'll come to a hard stop and keep moving to the right, and then come down perhaps at some point. Okay, so it's quite a sort of flexible way of stitching, and I absolutely love it. So I'm going to show you where I am right now. Okay, so I'm being a little bit adventurous in terms of where I go. So up to this point, I've been roughly, following the diagonal shape there. But over here, can you see it's sticking out here? And I'll show you what it is, okay? It's so much fun, guys, I tell you. Here we go. So I want to flip to the full markup view so you know what I'm stitching here, why I want to be here on the up, you know, on the right here, this little dome shape here, okay? And let me show you the markup. There, look at that. It's a little flying saucer, spacecraft. And underneath there's a little, I don't know, space captain thingy. I have no names, but this is just, I cannot wait. And that, even that background, the blue background is looking so delicious. So this is where I am, okay? I'm venturing over to the right there. And I just cannot wait. So this is, you know, my ongoing strategy here with this piece. I'll just go wherever I want, obviously within reason. I am not going to flow away from, you know, from the main, how I visualize it is that main island. So this island I'm sticking to and just flow away from the edges there. Okay, so this is my plan. My plan is to just float, you know, move around these edges and stitch whatever I want today. That's the kind of Sunday I'm having. And what kind of stitches Sunday that you're having then? Let me know. And I would like to know what you're working on with me today. You know, currently we only have one sound day, and that's Saturday with Aimee Stewart. But to be honest, every day is Aimee Stewart day for a lot of us. And also day-to-day stitching with you, I get to learn about a lot of new charting, you know, chart creators and artists as well. And it's so much fun. So I'm going to zoom way in so you can see what I'm doing here. And I think to warm up, I am going to work on this sort of background area. And there's another really fun element waiting for me, you know, that little, another robot there. Oh, I just love it so much. And of course, the specs. This is 25 count even weave. And this one, you know, this pre-gridded fabric, but I gave it a wash because this is a piece of leftover, sort of spare fabric from my Gecko Rouge. And I've been handling the fabric for a little while, so I gave it a little wash. So the gridding is fadey, slightly fadey, but I actually prefer it this way. It's not too overpowering. And from time to time, I might strengthen the line with my pencil here. And that's it. It's working really well. So it's 25 count, 1/1 with DMC. Okay, so let me pick my first color here and start warming up. Oh guys, so nice to have you. You know, we only met like 24 hours ago, but I feel I miss you guys. I miss you guys. Joy says he's an alien. Hello, Joyce. And do you think that's an alien? The guy at the bottom there. And Janine as well. Naughty Janine, hello. Be here right on time. Good to see you. And Chrissy is also here as well. I just saw the comment here as well. And thank you for joining me. And let's have a look. And Simply Stitcher as well. And Simply Stitcher says, Yogi, you have a beautiful stitching. Thank you so much and welcome. And let's have a look. It's so much fun, isn't it? Just looking at it. And I had a great time stitching this little planet thingy. But, you know, it's full of surprises. And, you know, this bit, you might notice there's a lot of pass threads because it's very confetti. It's just the nature of everything. So with this method, there's an element of parking, obviously, it's very beneficial. But at the same time, there's a certain management and control you need to apply because very often you might have multiple threads of the same color being planted in a different location. So it's part of the exercise to kind of, you know, manage that, to keep that under control so you don't have too many duplicated colors. So it's part of the fun, part of the fun. All right then, let me pick this one over here. I'm going to stitch in order, obviously, and easing away from the edges. So the first color I'm going for is 3/8 3A42, 3A42. And I need a new thread, 3A42. And let's see how we're doing today with Spooky Bingo. This is a very colorful piece, so, you know, hopefully we have a few. 3A42. There. Chelsea says I'm doing mini cross-country block by block. Mini cross-country block by block. I'm trying to visualize it. Yes, of course. Because block by block, most of the times I probably do color completion at a time. But sometimes, yes, mini cross-country works as well. And Heather as well, hello, Turtle Stitcher. And Squirrel is also here. Oh, of course, the reunion, yes. Oh, I'll never get tired of this. Yes, Squirrel and Turtle. Here we go. So I'm just picking the stitches here away bit by bit. And this method is pioneered by Gemma Stitches, Gemma from Gemma Stitches. If you don't know her already, just look up her YouTube channel. Okay, this is kind of a variation from her original method, which I have been stitching for quite a few years since I discovered her back in maybe 2023. And but this method gives you, I think it gives you more flexibility and freedom as well, because a lot of people find the original method too disciplined. And if that's you, you can give color flow a go. You know, for me, what I love about this method is very methodical, but at the same time, it's the fact that you're not leaving any loose stitches behind. Because I do love my cross country, don't get me wrong, okay? I love my cross country, and it's so fun to just flow wherever you want. But sometimes you get to a point, you give that sinking feeling that you have to go back and fill in, you know, all the bits and pieces that you left behind. With this method, there's zero ninja stitches, because you're taking care of them as you move forward. And there's something very reassuring about it. So there's another one of the same color here. I'm gonna just pick it up. So I'm just kind of moving away from the edges bit by bit, and in no particular, direction. I can go wherever I want, and it's great fun. Jeanine says, I love the little spacecraft. I know. It's just so fun, isn't it? And I am going to, so every time you pick a color and you look at the kind of where the color flows, and that's where the flowing element of the stitching method happens, is that it's up to you where you want to take, when you plant a pass thread, where do you want that thread to flow towards? So there's a bit of planning going on there, and it's very nuanced. So you and I might not make the same decision under the same circumstance, and that's what makes it very individual and very fun to do as well. That one and that one. Okay, so I am doing a bit of a Danish method here, so I can take the thread back to where I started with the direction, because there are more stitches down this way. There. Beautiful. And Heather says, I'm also wondering how long to stitch on the diagonal with all the part threads on my traveling library. I'm on 130 stitches wide and tall, about 80 stitches on the diagonal. Exactly. That's a very good point. So Gemma, I think she uses Pattern Keeper, and Pattern Keeper tracks the page height. And I think normally what she does is once she gets to the bottom of a page, border, then she stops, she comes to a hard stop, and then keep moving to the right and complete one horizontal strip at a time, page height. But I think, with the height, it's really up to you as a stitcher, what kind of height, the distance, in terms of how long you want this diagonal to go on, that you feel comfortable. And of course, if it gets too long, then it means all the path threads that you've got there would be, it's going to take a little bit longer to get to certain path threads. And the issue with that, potentially, is the wear and tear of the threads, and also management as well. There might be ways to manage it, but I think, come to a hard stop with a certain height is a good idea. And same thing with any kind of diagonal stitching, right? Even if you do block by block, at some point it makes sense, if you're parking, to come to a hard stop. And Mandy Moran is also here, and Sarah has joined us. Hello, hello. And Andreas as well. And Kimber is here as well. Welcome. And Kimber says, hello, started my first 25 count yesterday. I was so scared, and now I'm so obsessed I couldn't sleep last night. I know, Kimber, I can still remember when I first discovered 25 count, a single strand. Prior to that, I didn't even know you are allowed to stitch with one strand, because cross stitching for me was always two strand. That's how I learned, every single piece I had up to that point, up to the full coverage. So when I first discovered that you can stitch with a single strand, I couldn't believe it. I just thought, well, surely the coverage is not going to be sufficient. And as I watch more floss tube videos, I became obsessed as well. And I couldn't wait to try. It took me a little bit, I explained my journey when I was doing my whip parade, the part 1, I think, my journey towards from 14 count to 25 count. It took a little bit of, getting used to, but I got here in the end. It's good fun, isn't it? It's a brand new world when you start stitching even weave. All right, next one, 320, and with color flow, you really need to give it some time for your brain to get around. And also, in the very beginning, I remember the first session when I started this piece, I had to stop and think quite a lot, because I was trying to, maybe I was overthinking a little bit, trying to make sure that I was following the method correctly. But as you stitch, this is not one of the methods I can just give you 10 rules, then you just do it and it will be just that. I can give you about 3 rules, and then the rest is for you to interpret it. And that's the fun part. All right, 3 from bottom. 1, 2, 3. And I've got a freshly brewed coffee waiting for me. Let me just take a little sip there. Anna says, I bought 14 count Ada, but don't know what I want to stitch. The Ada is 50 by 50 centimeters. But now I want a pattern, but I like a lot. Anna, how about black work? 14 count. It's so much fun to see everybody's black work project. All right, and moving forward. So I'm working on this blue area for a little bit. 3808. 3808. It's a rich green there. 3808. Samantha says, no 310 today. I'm working on my Aimee Stewart this afternoon. Well, there can be plenty of 310 if you're working on a traveling library. It's got 40,000 310 stitches. But you can't really tell. If you look at traveling libraries, it's really rich in color. It doesn't look dark at all. And the 2 stitches here. Oh, they're okay. So this is what I need to be mindful, because I do have another thread of this same color over here already. Technically, I can stitch this bit first and then take this color over here, but that's okay. I'll just do this one. So this is the kind of management, thread management element comes in, that you want to look around, see if there's already a part thread of the same color already, and whether you can take, work in the order that you can use the same part thread rather than planting a new one. So it's part of the strategy and, the game element to it. And this one, I can take it down over here, down to there. And Wendy Little is here as well. Hello. And Catherine is joining us as well. And Clara. Hello, hello, Clara. Right, and start to pick up the pass threads here. So I don't normally work from the left to right necessarily. If I already have a pass thread on the top row, I'll sometimes just pick one of them up and start working on it and start to fill in the rest of stitches. It's really quite flexible. All right, so it's quite a lot of stitches with this color. So we're going to do all 3 stitches here. So in terms of how far you can go downwards, technically single stitch, right? You ease away, but occasionally you see gaps like this. Let me just have a little look. Let me know if it's buffering, okay? If it kind of fixed it, okay? So let me try this. And you can always refresh. Hopefully this is going to help. And Let me see where I am. I lost my spot. There's one more here. One, two, three. Let me know if it's improved, okay? And Nikki is here as well. Hello. Well, nice to see you, Nikki. And Cedric is here as well. And Alison, hello, hello. Lynn says, Yogi, I always park at the bottom of the stitches I have stitched, or I get in a mess. Park at the bottom of the stitches. Do you mean right below? So do you not park away? Is that what you mean? Nikki, oh my goodness, Nikki says, I bought a yard of 14 count for a full coverage. Nikki, are you going to do a full coverage on 14 count? Which one? I nearly fell off my chair. Which one are you doing then? And Nikki started for about 10 new projects over the new year. Or maybe, you know, it feels like 10 projects. Hang on. And let me know if the buffering is a little bit better, okay? I made some adjustments there. There. And did I park over there? Good. Nikki says it was on $15. But have you got a pattern? Have you got a pattern you want to work on 14 counts? And Linda says, I taught myself to do counted cross stitch back in the 1970s. Bought a small owl kit from Kmart. Sat down that same evening and had it done in an hour. How big was that piece? A small one. So Linda did it in one evening, in an hour. Been hooked ever since. Oh, I bet. Yes. So Linda had a completion on the same day. She started cross stitching. That's going to be encouraging. Wendy says lost audio. Oh dear. I think everything looks fine on my end now. Let me know if sometimes if in doubt, sometimes refreshing the browser helps as well. So sincere apologies, because sometimes it's the internet issues, very little I can do here. Sometimes it's just a little bit unstable. And if you just give it a little bit of time, it should improve, hopefully. I think it happened yesterday as well, and then it just got better. Excellent. Yes, refreshing helps. Excellent. Everybody says it's better. It's always exciting when you discover a new craft that you can do, isn't it? It's like a brand new world. And sometimes when I, see something and I can see the rabbit hole opening, so I have to pick and choose on which one I'm going for, because, I just know if I keep moving forward, I'm going to fall into the rabbit hole and not be able to get out. And sometimes you enter the rabbit hole by choice, right? With the full coverage, I knew it was a rabbit hole, but I had to chase it. I just jump into it. Big time. I don't think that's correct, this one. 2 over here. This one is 3816. 3816. So those of you, if you have issues with sound as well, just see if you can refresh it. Refresh the browser. Sometimes it fixes. Audio seems to be fine over here. Solar Wind says, Yogi, I'll be leaving in about 20 minutes. My stepfather has become homebound, so this is the best time to see him, but I'll be back. If you're still on, I'll see you then. Yes, best of luck. I mean, you know, stay calm and peaceful. I'm really sorry to hear about that. And as a, you know, someone maybe looking after, you know, another person in the house, and definitely look after yourself, okay? Do not put yourself last. I made that mistake. And it can be quite stressful sometimes, so deep breaths, and hopefully we'll still be here when you're back, okay? We'll see you a little bit later, Solar Winds. Mandy Moran says, I'm working on a Bothy threads paper pattern. It's hard going. Yogi, your stitching is looking fab. Thank you so much. I'm just loving every single piece I'm doing. And every day is like, you know, whatever I'm stitching right in front of me is my favorite project of that moment. And I love it. And now I can flow a little bit better. You know, I'm not aiming to be fast, obviously, as it says on the label. Refer to the channel name, okay, if you're in doubt. But I become more efficient, I think. And I know where to go next. It takes less time for me to process that. So that's part of the fun. Next one, 3848. Three, 8, 4, 8. It's a green. Whoops. Doesn't want to focus. Anna says, I started a few months ago. Now I'm 28 years. Oh, so Anna is 28 and she's only started a few months ago. Well done. Whoops. Lynn says, Yogi, I'll never forget my mum's face when I was stitching her portrait. Yes. Well, you definitely won't forget your mum's face as you're stitching her picture. That's very nice, though. You have to love your mum so much to want to stitch her face as well. One stitch here. And I am going to actually do a yogi move because I want to take the stitches to the right over there, but I don't want to cross over stitch area. So I'm going to just anchor do a little pin here away from the edge. So I do this very frequently. It's called yogi move. So I just anchor my thread away. So what's happening underneath the fabric is, oh, this one doesn't want to play. What happens underneath is the thread has been taken away from the edge underneath, and then I'm taking it back over there on the edge there. So the goal is to avoid having floating thread over stitch area or very close. So I want everything to get tucked down as I'm stitching. All right, I think I'm going to do one more color in this area, and I'm going to move to my robot, my friend Trevor. Yes, indeed, yogi move. You need to warm up, you know, you need regular training. You can't just perform a yogi move out of blue. You're probably going to get some sort of injuries. Stitch safely, okay? Daily warm up. 3-8-4-8. Right. And I'm going to move my fabric over to the right there and work a little bit on our lovely Trevor. And Cedric is stitching on the sun. Almost bedtime for me. Yeah, 6 over there is 1 hour ahead of the UK time. I know, so tomorrow is Monday, isn't it? For those of you who have to get up early. All right, and now I'm in the Trevor zone. So it's been such a great fun because it's confetti, but at the same time, because, you know, we're creating very intricate picture here. So every stitch counts. Every stitch is doing something very specific. So let me come over here. And just to make sure that I'm on the right spot here. Okay, I'm going to pick this one. Hey, Becky Snook is here. And Kelly as well, hello. This needle doesn't like me. Chelsea says, I finally learned to crochet after my mom has been trying to teach me for 25 years. Learned by using loom hands before moving on to yarn. Oh, loom bands. What? I have no idea what they are. Yes, knitting and crochet. I do love both. I do both. Well, not actively right now, but before I was a stitcher for coverage, I was mostly a knitter. And you know, with our member streams, I'm even thinking if there's enough knitters or people crochet in the group, and we can do a side quest with a members stream. We can knit something together. Why not? All right, 3A44. Three A44. Let me just find my spot here. So a lot of color changes in this area. Hello. Question from Anna. Anna says, hello, what count is this, Yogi? This is 25 count. 25 count. And I'm using pre-gridded DMC fabric and being washed a little bit. So the gridding is slightly fadey. But it's a 25 count, easy count fabric. And welcome. And 1, 2, 1, actually. Okay. And 320, 320. Jersey Girl, hello. Jersey Girl says, good afternoon. Happy Sunday. I'm working on Sanctuary of stitching regular size, regular colors. Very happy with it so far. Excellent. Oh, the Sanctuary as in Aimee Stewart Sao piece. The mystery or not so mysterious piece. I haven't seen a lot of updates on that piece from you guys. I don't know how many of you are actually stitching it. I know Nikki is. How is it going, Nikki, with that piece? Are you done yet? Chelsea explains the bands. Kids make bracelet. I think I know what you're talking about. Yes, I just didn't know the name. So are they sort of strings that you can braid them together, kind of turn into like a bracelet or something? They're like tiny elastic bands. And they do origami, really? With that? With like bands? Right. So you started with that and then moved on to actual yarn as well. That's interesting. My mum taught me how to knit and crochet as well. But I learned it when I was quite young. And I remember we used to sit together in the evenings and just knit together. Really fun memories. Barbara says, I could knit and crochet in my 20s and 30s, and now I can't figure out how. Well, sometimes if I don't knit or crochet for a little while, all the stitches, other than the most basic ones, you know, but even basic thing like casting stitches, etc., on a on knitting needles, I have to refresh. But luckily nowadays we have YouTube. You know, all I have to do is just look up YouTube for how to do a certain stitch, and I'm back very quickly. Yes, quite a lot of them you do need some, you know, you need to refresh the memory. 3851, 3851. Three, 851. Beautiful green over there. Okay, it's, you know, all the threads getting a little bit unruly. It was really tidy just a couple of weeks ago. I told you it wasn't going to last long. Hey, Sherry, welcome. Anna says, I make a long lap with knitting like a scarf. That's it. Yes, but you know, the great thing about knitting and crocheting is you can literally just, you know, do a strip. You can use it as a scarf. It's functional. You know, even my partner managed to stitch, not to stitch, to knit a scarf. He managed. Sidra says, I'm an active knitter who has fallen into cross-stitch rabbit hole. My knitting projects are in hibernation mode. Same here, Sidra. You and me both. And that's why I think it would be fun for member streams. Maybe, you know, we can do a stream that we refresh our memory with the knitting or crochet. I know, same here. I've got a blanket that I've been working on for maybe close to 2 years. Prior to that, it will only take me a few weeks, you know, if at all. But since I'm in this deep, deep rabbit hole, Nikki says, I need to post the sanctuary piece. I put 2,000 stitches into it. Oh, Nikki, would love to have a look and see how you work on it. Because Nikki did a New Year's, was it New Year's stream? Yes. New Year's Day stream, live stream from her channel. And she started a new piece every hour for 5 hours. Ask you. Yes. And the sanctuary piece was one of them. And I'm really curious to see how that piece is going. So if you're not aware of that piece, it was one of the supposedly mystery piece from Heaven and Earth Sal. And originally, you need to join the Sal and then do at least one page in order to earn that piece. And at that time, we didn't know when it was going to even, you know, be shown with that piece. Because it's supposed to be mysterious. And lo and behold, they decided to just release it. Just give it to all the stitchers, all the participants, without having, you know, having to stitch a single stitch. I think it was a good idea though, because it's imagine if the anticipation is so high, people work so hard to stitch one page, and then they get the chart and they don't like it. The disappointment is going to be, you know, would have been so much greater. Lona says, I'm working on sanctuary of stitching as well. Decided to start in the middle on the bottom. Oh, center bottom start. And Lola says, loving how the wood floor is looking. Well, when I looked at that piece, I was slightly put off by the floor and the wall at the back. It's just beige. It's just a wall, you know, wall of pain for me with that color. I know there are sort of ornaments on the wall as well, but mostly beige, you know. Yes, Heather, exactly. Heather says, just literally laughed out loud at Yogi asking Nikki, are you done yet? Exactly. Even you never know with Nikki. She might go, hey, here's a, you know, finish. I did it, you know, before lunchtime. Chelsea says, still can't knit. My mother is an avid knitter, but I'm the better seamstress. So we swap craft. So Chelsea sews as well. I dabble a little bit of sewing. I'm not great. I get frustrated with sewing. I can sew a straight line. That's about it. And it's handy, you know. I can do the edges for the the fabric here. I can manage. Oh, I need to do it in order here. Let me see if I can cheat the system. Okay, next one, 3363. Three, 3, 6, 3. It's a green. Sarah says, I haven't started a sanctuary yet. Sarah's being busy doing the black on black, isn't it? And also the sow piece as well. Suzanne says, I used YouTube today to watch how to cast on 2 sock cuffs at a time. I don't usually knit 2 at a time. Yes, that rings a bell. I remember because we talked about sock knitting before, and there's such a thing as a single sock syndrome, or maybe the second sock syndrome. When you finish one, you just do not want to work on the other one, and you end up with one sock. And yes, I think there's a technique that you could do both at the same time. I think is a remedy for the single sock syndrome, which I have suffered before. I remember I was stitching one, and I just didn't feel like doing knitting one, and I completed one sock, and my curiosity was kind of satisfied. You know what I mean? And I just didn't want to repeat the other one. So I had one sock for ages, and it took me a long time before I managed to do the other one. So 2 sock method might be really good. And that's a great thing about knitting a scarf, because you only need to do it once. You're done. And I think the same issue probably occurs with gloves as well. Gloves is really fun to stitch as well, to knit as well. Very intricate, because you have to work in a very tight circle, don't you, for the fingers. Sidra says, does your partner also cross stitch? Oh, I think, you know, as I'm reading out that comment, my partner is getting chills down his spine. He's hoping that I will not ask him to do, particularly this type of stitching. He's always like looking with intrigue, and he's very supportive, you know. And but I just know that line I don't want to cross. Knitting was probably the edge that we got at this point. Yeah, no, he doesn't. He doesn't do it. But knitting, I think he secretly enjoyed a little bit. I think a lot of men like to knit as well. Because ultimately it's just something that very relaxing to do, you know, repetitive. And also if you knit with chunky yarn, it's actually quite nice to do. It's very comforting. And Suzanne says, but I decided regarding the two sock method knitting, okay? And she says, but I decided to give it a try for the ribbing. It did make it go faster. Now I have to remind me what a ribbing is. It sounds very familiar. I just haven't knitted for so long. What is ribbing? Oh, it makes me want to maybe refresh my knitting a little bit. Just one stitch here. Samantha, it's the same as well. Solowin says, I can't knit. I crochet for a very long time, so I try to knit. Feel like I'm yarning over backwards. I'm trying to think. Yes, I do not get them mixed up, actually. There's some parallel to both, obviously. You're working with yarn. But yes, they're different, very different way of working with it. I love both, actually. I think majority of knitters probably do crochet as well, and the other way around. Because, you know, it just makes sense. 3858. And there are things you can do with crochet that you can't with knitting. I mean, crochet, you could make shapes, you know, you can knit like a small animal or something. It's almost like sculpting with yarn. And knitting is a little bit more, you can make things very elastic. So, you know, they're both interesting. Depends on what you're trying to make there. Sidra says, I finally finished my sweater this weekend. I started it December 2024. Normally we'll have knitted for 2 months. Same here, yes. But congratulations for your little woolly jumper. Yes, I think what I love about knitting or crocheting is that you can create very functional things. Literally, you know, I can knit or crochet a project bag, for instance. I can just do that. You know, essentially you're making fabric. So you can make very functional things, which I love. Samantha says, I knit continental because then I'm holding the yarn the same. I'm trying to remember which one's which. I think it was briefly mentioned yesterday. I think English one is when you wrap the yarn on the right finger, and the other one, continental, is on the left. Is that correct? So originally I was taught to have my yarn on my right finger. You know, you just wrap it with the right index finger. And then later on, I had to train myself to be able to do it the other way as well. So I switch back and forth, which is kind of better for my hands. So you get a little bit less of the repetitive sort of movements. And they're both relaxing to do. I might even prefer having a yarn on my left finger. And can you do both? I'm trying to recall. I haven't knitted for so long. It's terrible. Can you have both at the same time? I'm trying to think. 966. Chelsea says, before kids, I was 20th century teenager, so made my own clothes. So, oh, right. And embroidery as well. Right. I think it's a great skill to be able to make your own garments, you know, clothing. Because it's not just making from the scratch as well. You're able to alter as well, don't you? Which is a very handy thing to do. Because sometimes you have to take it to clothes shops to get them altered. I don't know whether people still do that necessarily. People probably don't unless it's you know, kind of more expensive clothing. Because otherwise you just buy another one. I don't know nowadays. But sometimes you want the sleeve to be a little bit shorter, or maybe, you know, whatever. With the trousers as well, very often. Maybe a little bit too long or too short. And it's great to be able to alter your clothing a little bit. Oops. And the weird thing is, I actually learned how to sew from my dad. My dad, you know, he's not a crafter, but he's very handy. He could do things. And if he needs to do fix something, he would just learn how to do it. He was very, very resourceful. So he would go around the house and fix all sorts of things and made them, you know, just look perfect. And he actually taught me how to use a sewing machine. And Suzanne says, just finished a pair of socks yesterday. My knitting has definitely suffered since I started cross-stitching. Yes, but if you've been knitting before, and you can definitely pick it up very quickly. It's just that initial effort, and you have to refresh your memory. Sometimes it puts me off. I do have a blanket that I've been crocheting for a couple of years. I would like to finish it because I'm about 60% there. And it's nice to have a nice, you know, knitted, crocheted blanket, isn't it? 959. 959. Ah, Heather, great tip. Regarding, you know, knitting socks, okay, and Heather says, do your sock in red and green. If you don't want to do the second one, call it Christmas stocking. That's so great. And also, if you switch colors, it's more fun, isn't it? And you can, because sometimes I did knit a pair using kind of magic threads. It's by Wool and a Gang, which is a UK company, and it's the equivalent of variegated. Is it called variegated threads? It's a little bit like that, but with yarn. And as you stitch, it's designed in a way, if you follow the pattern, literally, it will flow the same way for both socks. You know what I mean? And, you know, for instance, where the heels are, we'll have a white patch. And then, but you have to be, part of the fun is to, you know, stitch with even tension, so the right colors will appear on the right spots. And I did one, I was exhausted, but you know, I think if I have two color variations, then it will probably motivate me to do both. I think different colors is a very good idea, because you feel like a different sock. It's kind of a different project. Joyce says, there's also a thing like being on a sleeve island. What is that, Joyce? What is a sleeve island? Lona says ribbing is like the top of sock. Oh, I remember now. Yeah. Yes, Lona. Thank you for reminding me. Ribbing's like the top of sock or end of sleeves. Knit one, purl one. Yes, knit two. So it gets that the bottom to kind of come in a little bit, but it's stretchy, right? Oh, yes, it's all coming back now. That's ribbing. So it's around the collar sometimes, and this end of the sleeves and the bottom of the jumper. Yes. Now you're making me miss knitting. Michelle Fuller says there are a lot of men that have taken up quoting. We have several customers. There were men quoters. Their work is beautiful, and they didn't think twice about the price of the fabric. Yes, Michelle has a Etsy shop. Is it Etsy or just a shop, online shop? I didn't know. Michelle has kept it quiet. She's got a shop selling, I think, wool pieces and also fabric as well. It's really wonderful. And she has posted a link on our Facebook group. If you need the supplies, you know, if you're a quota, you can buy from Michelle. How nice. We have some, you know, secret shop owners and floss tubers. And I do have quite a large stash of fabric as well, you know, smaller pieces that I use for just craft in general. Like I'll dabble a little bit of, not so much quoting, but making things with fabric, etc. I just love it. Hey, Brittany, hello. Brittany says, working on my hate sound today, just lurking, never get progress during these streams. They're way too much fun. I know, just too busy typing, I think. And, you know, for me, it's easier because I can just talk and I can still stitch at the same time. But for you guys, you have to type. But it's all about, you know, multitasking. And Lona says English on the right side, continental on the left. Yes, so I had to train myself to do continental on the left. And I think I probably prefer that a little bit. Here we go. 3787. It's olive green. Joey says, I've been doing K2 P1 for the ribbing. So knit 2, purl 1, yes. And creates a very nice stretch and look. Very nice. Yeah, there are various ways you can do it, and you can mix different kind of stitches to create the effect as well. You can purl 1 and do a kind of a twisty stitch for you can knit 1 and do the twisty style for purl, something like that. I remember doing it. It's all coming back now. Karen Sutherland says, I was at my spinners and weaver group one day, and there was a cross-stitch retest or retreat, do you mean, happening in the same building. I hadn't done cross-stitch. See, I'm very good at guessing what is happening there, even with typos. Do not worry, I can decode it. Karen's message, I hadn't done cross-stitching for years, but it was then dragged back into it. Oh, it's fate, Karen. It wasn't an accident. it was the destiny. And that led you to Yogi stream. It all happened for a reason. One, two, three. So when it gets very confetti, yes, parking can be slightly challenging to find a spot. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. But it can be done. Joyce, most of my socks are sleeveless. Oh my goodness. I get visuals. Oh, Fair Island stitching. Yes, that I have done that as well. You know how I was really obsessed with Fair Isle stitching for a little bit. So basically, guys, if you don't know, it's like when you knit, right? Normally knit with the same color, maybe you switch to another color. And Fair Isle is a very specific, you know, kind of a pattern. I think there's some origin and tradition to it. Maybe from Nordic kind of countries, Sweden or something like that. And then you have to do a lot of color switching, a little bit like confetti, actually. You do, but row by row, obviously. And yes, it's all coming back. Fair Isle stitching. I was so obsessed with it for a little bit. Oh my God, I feel I need to knit now. Knit something. Just knit. And 3024. 3024. That was another rabbit hole that I fell in. 3024. And I remember the trick, the challenge with Fair Isle is the fact that the even tension, because a lot of times if you don't position your stitches properly, you end up with a hole, little hole. I remember, oh, I was so frustrated. 3024. It's almost white, this one. There's so much to knitting as well. Suzanne says, I started sewing super early in my life. I had a lot of seamstresses in my life. Yes, I think it would definitely influence, you know, if you have like exposure to those things earlier on, it just feels like it's part of your life, isn't it? Because all the people in your family, they do it. So it doesn't feel foreign. Whereas imagine if you grow up in a household, no one does any kind of crafts. It's going to be a shock when you come across knitting or stitching, you know. I'm going to just take it over here. Lona says knitting therapeutic. I know anything that we, you know, we can create with our hands is therapeutic. Because literally a single person can create an object. You know, if you knit a hat, you get a hat. You don't need a team of people. You don't need to collaborate with anybody. It's a very independent and free process. And you get a thing you can use at the end. It's wonderful. Lynn says, Yogi, my mom taught me to knit and we had a jumper. She did front back. I did sleeves. Okay, so she did the front and back piece and you did the sleeves. And Lynn says, but I did not increase the stitches. We always laugh about it. Oh, we didn't increase. So does that mean if you're going from the sleeve at the near the wrist upwards, you're going to have, you know, you will probably need to have a very skinny arm to have it. Yes. Or the other way around, you're going to have a very large, floppy sleeves. That's hilarious. It happens to all knitters at some point. Michelle says, I had a quote shop and retreat center for 10 years. You have a retreat? Is it for stitchers or for quoting? And Michelle says, sold the property last year. Now I hold my son to tennis tournaments and cross stitch. Right, so you had a business in the craft industry. Oh, that's a shame. Otherwise, we all come to your retreat. Yes, but now the focus is on son's tennis. And I think the son is winning. When's he coming to Wimbledon? And this one is 472. Lona says, Yogi, I find the drag method of continental more enjoyable than the throw method of English knitting. Drag method? The throw English method? Does that just mean two different ways of handling yarn? Chelsea says, did anyone watch Game of Wool on Channel 4? What is that? I know Game of Thrones. Game of Wool? Is it some sort of costume drama, period drama involving wool? I don't know. I don't watch TV, so I have no clue. Oh, that's right, Joyce. Yes, Yogi says Fair Isle is part of the UK. It's Scottish. Yes, it may be Scottish. Sincere apologies for all the people in Scotland. I just butchered your art, okay? It is Scottish. For some reason, Joyce, I was picturing kind of a harbour, because Fair Isle is something, from my memory, is something to do with the kind of boat and, that kind of lifestyle. So I'm just thinking about ocean and stuff. And I suppose Scotland could be part of that. Okay, then. Thank you, Joyce. I can't remember. And they're very kind of specific type of pattern. That's very kind of sailing, kind of boat lifestyle or something. I cannot explain. I probably butchered that one as well. I just made it up with my brain. Andrea says, I cross-stitch, knit, quote, weave, bobbin lace making. Oh, that one I haven't tried. Weave I haven't tried. Weaving. What qualifies as weaving? Is it like making fabric? Oh, a while ago, I nearly fell into this rabbit hole, but I stopped myself, okay? I saw this lady on YouTube, and she's using sort of wool pieces, like raw wool pieces, and start kind of making threads. Suzanne might know what that is. And using a machine, maybe that's loom, I'm not sure. I don't want to butcher it. But there's a machine that you can just press down, kind of one piece of, well, you have to make threads. You have to make yarn first. That's one process. And you can use the yarn to press. Not knitting, they just use the machine to press one strand at a time, and you can create sort of different color mixes, and it looks beautiful. The end product looks like those Chanel, jackets you see sometimes with a kind of interwoven, very nuanced color mix. I cannot explain. If you look at a lot of Chanel jackets, it looks like that. Gorgeous, gorgeous. And I try to stop myself from, moving closer to that, to explore any further, because I knew the next thing I would do, I'll rush out and try to buy one of those machines and start doing it. I didn't want to. I was too involved. Barbara says, I sew a lot of my own clothes in the past. Now I do hem or zigzag my fabric. Yes, I do that as well for cross-stitching fabric. So I do have a pretty decent sewing machine that I got a few years back. Is it Genome, the French one? I'm constantly surprised it's still working, even though, because I really don't use it that frequently. But it seems to be okay. 4, 3, 5, just one stitch, one stitch. 4, 3, 5. I did warn you about color changes with this area. 4, 3, 5. Mandy Moran says, I love knitting. I made lots of baby frilly sets. I also crochet, which I self-taught myself about 4 years ago. I love doing crochet blankets. It's very nice, isn't it? And you end up with a nice blanket, and you can't really go wrong too much. I think if you're making a jumper, for instance, it's a lot more intricate, and you can get things wrong, like, you know, the same size sleeve from top to bottom, but with blanket and scarf and stuff like that, it's quite relaxed to do. You don't have to worry about sizes and all that. Chelsea says it's like Great British Bake Off for knitters and crochet. Really? I wonder if it gets any viewing, like, you know, rating, because it's quite niche, isn't it? But I suppose there's probably a lot of knitters in the UK, tons and tons. So I can imagine maybe it would be popular. I'd love to watch that, actually. I don't watch normal TV, so I have no idea what's going on. 4, 3, 5. So it's on channel 4, is it? I don't think my TV is even tuned into regular channels. I just use it for mirroring, for streaming. 4, 3, 5. Alison says, I've seen Game of Woe, and Tom does my box. Tom done my box? And though with that, I probably I need to decode that. Oh, Janine says that's spinning. So that's spinning. So what's weaving then? Yes. So what I saw was spinning. And yes, I was very drawn to it. But I told myself to stop right there. All right, 38110 3810. Cassie says I made a granny stitch afghan when I was a teenager. It started totally unraveled, so my mom had to redo it. Very nice. Yes, I still have quite a few crochet blankets that I've got that I still use. And Dolly loves to sleep on them, and it's a bit of an issue because you can't really wash those pieces easily. So when there's a cat fur on top of it, it's a little bit challenging. Andrea says, I weave mostly tea towels, but I can weave cloth. So what material do you use? I presume if it's making cloth, it's probably not yarn. I've never seen that process, actually. Heather says, what Yogi is describing, Re Chanel, sounds something like felting, which is a way of using wool to create non-woven fabric. Yes, exactly. So step one is using kind of raw wool pieces, like fluffy bits, and they use the machine to turn it into yarns. And because the colors are so that you can, blend colors, so it's not like one single color. And then as they use the yarn to kind of use the machine to press one strand at a time, and it turns into a piece of fabric. And yes, the color makes it so beautiful. It's so beautiful. 3810. And I can imagine it's probably quite therapeutic to do as well, because it's really just one strand at a time. Alison says, Fair Isle stitching was traditionally used by fishermen. Exactly. I was just visualizing kind of boat sailing livestock. And Alison says each family had their own pattern. So if anything happened while they're fishing on boat, they can recognize the family. You're kidding? Alison, is that why? So it's kind of a family crest kind of pattern. If something happened, they can recognize the family. Oh, now I'm a little bit sad. Yes. So do not switch your jumper with the next person, okay? Yes, you can create a little bit of issues with identity. Well, now that's a little bit sad. That reminds me, actually. I can't remember what it was. I saw a while ago. There was a way to identify someone, like a name tag. Maybe it was law enforcement or something. I can't remember. They have a way of making sure that if something happens to them, they can be identified very quickly. That's a little bit sad. Yes, Heather, I've done felting as well, but that's a little bit different from what I was trying to describe with fabric making. Yes, I did a bit of felting as well. So you basically stab, kind of a whole bunch of kind of just loose wool, raw material, and then as you stab it, it turns into a piece of felted fabric. I did a little bit of that as well. It wasn't totally my thing because it involved so much stabbing. My hand was hurting quite a bit. But it was interesting to be able to make a piece of fabric like that. There's so many things we could do, isn't there? And they're all fun to do. 3851, 3851. And I think now I'm going to just move over here to the flying saucer there to do a little bit of my UFO. Here, I've got it started. Just switch around, so it's more. Chelsea says you can get Channel 4 online as well. Oh, I never thought of that. Yes, I might have a look actually. All right, let me work on this a little bit on this flying saucer. Here we go. So when it comes to color flow, and I think it really depends on the pattern as well. If you look at Gemma's pattern, she would, there will be locations, she literally just follow a shape, like she's stitching this peacock. So there's a lot of feather and clusters of colors in one area. and she will literally just follow the shape of the object. So it's not just color flow, it's almost like you flow with the object wherever it goes. So technically, you know, you maybe shouldn't make this round shape because I think generally you want to keep the direction open in the diagonal shape. But as you can see that I have not worked on the top part of it. So I'm being slightly adventurous, and now I'll see how it pans out. With this globe, this planner thingy, I kind of did similar things. So I kind of start to work, you know, on the outline there without floating away from the edges. That's the key thing that you do not do. So no floating stitches, but I allowed myself to follow the shape of this globe and then start to fill out the remaining area like that. So I'm going to do similar things and see how it's going to work out. 3706, 3706. Interesting, it's a pink. So two stitches here. Alison says, Yogi, done doing my box. My box in is Scottish. What do you mean by box? Maybe I'm not reading your comment correctly. Help me out there. Janine says almost bought a loom because it looks so much fun. And then I thought I had enough crafts. Yes, that's very sensible, Janine. Because, you know, I normally, if I discover something new that I can use what I've got already, I'll probably give it a try. You know, I've got a lot of fabric, I've got felt pieces. If that's all is involved, or knitting or whatever, then I'll probably give it a go. And I have tons and tons of yarn as well. But if I have to buy new equipment and accessories, I try to think, you know, I think twice. So for instance, diamond painting, when I first saw it, it looked intriguing, but then I realized I have to get a whole bunch of accessories for it. And that's when I put a stop. It was just too involved. The same thing with the loom as well. I'm just not ready, you know? Yes. Heather says, I love needle felting by hand. You can use it to make felt fabric or three-dimensional project. Yes, you can. Yes, you're quite right. You can make little animals or whatever. Cupcakes. Yes, I did a little bit of that. It's basically a piece of foam, and you put a sort of raw wool on top, and you just stab it with a kind of special needle, and it kind of just start to turn into, you can make shapes, you can make fabric, it's up to you. That's quite right. love working with felt pieces as well because you can turn them into kind of quite realistic shapes. I just got this needle. Do not laugh, okay? I've got this needle pincushion here I made quite a few years ago. I just spotted it on the side there. Do you want to have a look? Look, can you see it? This is like a felt thingy that I made, turn it into a cake. So this is what I really enjoy doing a lot. But I didn't use raw wool. I just I buy felt sheets, you know, and you can just shape them into different things. It's quite fun, and you can make like cupcakes and really realistic things. I just got this, so I use this as a sort of pin cushion. Maybe not for, you know, you can just use a pin cushion like this. It's quite fun. So you know, I was really into making these type of things for a little while. Ah, Nikki says the military. Yes, dog tag. Yes, the military had to always wear them around the neck. That's quite sad, isn't it, Nikki? It's like, okay, if you ever found me lying on the street, not moving, this is me. My name's Tom. Yes, that's a little bit sad. 961. I know, Nikki, it's cute, isn't it? I'm very proud of this. Just one stitch here. Wow, there's all sorts of crafts that people do, and they all have one thing in common. All of them involve some sort of fabric, right? Some sort of material, like yarn or threads, and that's what we love. Just one stitch. There's a little bit of confetti here as well in one area. 961. Suzanne says weaving is a huge rabbit hole. I started weaving in the 80s. So, Suzanne, with weaving, what do you end up with? Is it a piece of fabric? Are we talking about cotton? What material do you use to create fabric? I'm like totally clueless when it comes to weaving. This one here. This one doesn't exist. Let me find my spot. 1, 2, 3. There's a grey over there. No, this thread is incorrect. I don't know what it is. Joy says you can also knit and then felt for slippers or baskets. Oh, I have not done that. So you knit a piece and then felt it. Ah, to shape it into slippers or baskets. So much fun, isn't it? All right, I'm trying to find an area that maybe not super confetti. I just feel like doing a little bit more, a few more stitches at a time. Let me move down here then. I'm going to start working from this point. All right, 3363. 3363 is a green. Ah, so Suzanne is weaving a rug. So you can use any kind of material, is it? So you can do like wool and whatever other material, because you're just making fabric with whatever material. That's very interesting. Suzanne says, I've done towels, curtains, rugs, blankets, table runners, napkins. I also made fabric for a folk costume. Right, so literally, okay, you can weave anything. So it's not kind of fixed type of material. So anything you can turn into fabric. I can see that being a rabbit hole. All right, just one stitch as well, A14. A14. So you can combine knitting to felting and weaving. Andreas is weaving and spinning with very big rabbit holes. I bet. Because you start to think about what else can I make with this magic technique. Oh, Josie Girl says Spooky Bingo A14. Yes, the first Spooky Bingo today, finally. And Spooky Bingo card for Jersey Girl, guys. Finally, yes. A14, that's the color I'm stitching. And see you later, Anna. Good to have you. So one stitch. A14. A very brief spooky bingo, okay? Just go. Just one stitch. One stitch. But that was nice. The short was short but sweet. A14. And also recently, I've been having this, sort of clips popping up on my Instagram as well. And it's some ladies. I don't know where it was. Maybe it was Italy somewhere. And they were sitting outdoor, and they were doing this special stitching for rocks, and they use very, very thick yarn, and they just do a very specific type of stitching, and they create like big rocks. I love watching it. It's just like you can't stop. It's just staring at it. All right then, I've got a few stitches of 939, 939. Nice 39. And guys, give me just a second. I just heard some, some screaming of cats' noises from the outside. Let me just go have a check on Dolly, making sure she's not in trouble. Okay, I'll be right back. All right. That was okay. I checked on Dolly, and she's sleeping on the sofa, so the screaming is from someone else. Sometimes there are cat fights out there. And talking about Dolly, she's here. Oh dear. Babe, how was the nap? Yes, hard work, isn't it? Being a kitty. Hard work being a kitty. Come here. Did you have a good nap? Hmm? Babe? You want to say something to all the stitchers? Honey? No, she's belly up. Live purring show, Sunday edition. Thank you, Dolly. It's totally belly up. Oh, Samantha is after work. Yes. Good to see you. And Samantha says, I'm so glad I found you on YouTube, Yogi, because it's given me awesome group of people that I love to chat and craft. I know this is what it's all about, guys. And send Samantha to work with love, with a work club emoji, if you have it. Yes. And some Dolly love as well, yes. Yeah, Lona says, Dolly has spoken, indeed. Nice and loud. And Linda as well. Night, Linda, and get better soon, okay? And come back to yogi every day. It will help with the healing process, for sure. Lindsay's Yogi Dolly sounds like a woodpecker. Yes, a very special style of purring. It's unique to Dolly. She purrs really loud. Sometimes she would be like lying behind me, and I can hear her even from another room sometimes. It's more like snoring. Lona says, Yogi belly up means she totally trusts you. I know she does. You know, we're here every day and there's just endless topic to talk about. There's so much we can talk about. And this color I'm stitching is 939. And Betty Hankins here as well. Always love that sound. I know. And apparently that, you know, scientifically, it does something to us. It heals, apparently. There's a kind of sound that actually provides healing for the body as well. I believe that. Oh, this one, I already have a thread part here. I totally missed it. So I'm going to put this one back, 939. Sometimes if you don't look carefully, there's already one part thread there. So let me pick this one up. Lynn says, Yogi, what is Lily up to? Oh, Lynn. Yes, Lily. Lily still comes to visit me when I'm in. I've seen her at least twice today, or hear her outside. So she does, you know, she's still trying, and it breaks my heart each time that I see her. And but I have to be firm, and she will come on the window and just look in and go meow. And but I just have to, you know, make sure that I do not give in, because we have to start this process all over again. Yeah, still ongoing. Suzanne says belly up is called show me cute. Oh, Dolly knows she's got it. Dolly knows she's you know, she's got it going. I love these strong colors. We'll just do one more stitch and park. Okay. And this one is literally just one stitch. 310. Oh, here we go. One single stitch of 310. Here we go. Three ten. And this one, I've got one part threads. So sometimes, it depends on where you park your thread, you have to switch order in terms of where you go next. So you want to work in a way that you don't need to keep adding new threads of the same color. So with this one, I am going to pick this one up, just do one stitch. You know, it's very confetti, this area, but it's really worth it. Just look at the details here around the robots. Oh, Chelsea is having a spooky bingo. Which color? 3787? Very nice. And then this one. Chelsea says 310. 310, yes, yes, one stitch. It was done in about 3 seconds. Yes, that counts, Chelsea. Spooky bingo, yes. All right, next one. Just one single stitch as well. 434, 434. 434 here. Just one stitch. 343. 434 rather. 434. And why don't we have a little break, chocolate break, shall we? I'm gonna have a sip of my coffee here. Look at this, it's so much fun, look at that. I think the flying saucer, the UFO, this dome here has got slightly lighter colors here. So I don't feel like stitching it right now, but the base down here is quite colorful. So I might start working on that bit first. Chocolate time, yes, go for it. Bring your own snackies. Hey, Guy Lane, welcome. Right on time here, Guy Lane, for chocolate time. Chocolate time. I'm sipping my coffee right now. Chelsea says, I've got to the other side of my pattern is got black background, round about 15,000 black stitches before I move to the left side again. Which pattern are you working on again? Remind me. Yes, I think when there's a lot of background, it's good to, you know, to have access to other bits. So for instance, now this bit, if I keep doing this bit, I get a little bit bored, and because it's all dark colors, and then I'll come over here, do some, you know, very confetti stitches and etc. And this bit has got different color group as well, a lot of red and pink as well. So I pick and choose, pick and choose. And yes, chocolate time. Let me have a couple of pieces of this lovely dark chocolate, 74%, my favorite. Yes, Janine, go for it. Go for it. You know, power snacks or power stitching. We're athletes. And cheers, everybody. Marsha, are you referring to Dolly? Yes. The purr is gorgeous, isn't it? It's very healing. Listen to it. Oh, okay. Chelsea's doing the Harry Potter themed pattern there. Probably a lot of dark stitches, I can imagine. Let me have some coffee here. Ah, it's a stamp kit on 14 count Ada. You know, the other day, we have a lot of Japanese floss tube friends on this channel. We have Candy Mama, we have Shino, etc. And the other day, maybe it was yesterday, I just happened to come across, because I was browsing, and Candy Mama, who is a Japanese floss tuber, she happened to be live maybe 2 days ago. And so I popped in to say hello to her, and she just finished a 14 count stamp kit of a kitty. It's kind of a small piece, okay, and she finished it, and it was a completion session. And on top of that, she was demonstrating how to soak the fabric. You know, the canvas is quite stiff and a lot of print around it, quite a lot of times, a lot of wording, the symbols, and how to remove all the ink from the canvas. And I was quite pleasantly surprised. She just soaked the piece in warm water. No detergent, just warm water, just for, you know, a few minutes. Everything came off, and the fabric became quite soft. You can go and watch her on her channel, Candy Mama, because a lot of people doing the stamp kits, because it's got so much going on the fabric, you know, the symbols and all the writing around. And sometimes you're kind of slightly worried that whether it's all the ink is going to come out. It didn't take long, only a few minutes, and everything came off, and the fabric was nice and white, and it was really nice, really nice. So it's nice to watch completion. It was a small piece, but still, it's a completion. Really, really cute. All right, let me just grab another piece of chocolate, and I'm gonna get back to stitching. Lovely. I'm gonna come in, maybe do a little bit more robot as well. I really enjoy it. You know, a lot of color switching, but it feels really rewarding because my Trevor is literally materialized in front of me. Lynn says, Yogi, do you use thread wax? I use, sorry, I have a piece of chocolate in my mouth. Yogi, do you use thread wax? I used to use Thread Heaven. I don't think you can get it now. Oh, is Thread Heaven a brand? No, I don't use thread wax, but I have done it before. Particularly in maybe the early part of my full coverage journey, because I was doing 14 counts, 2 strands, and I kind of like the idea of having my strands quite neat and tidy. And I did have some wax. I probably still have it. It's just a kind of piece of wax, beeswax, and you just run your threads through it. I have to be honest with you, I didn't like it because I feel like my threads are a little bit sticky, and also it's extra step you have to do as well. So I don't wax my threads. And also with single strand, it's not so much a problem. You know, the stitches are small, and also single strand, it doesn't, you know, you can't really mess up the alignment. I think with 14 counts perhaps, maybe up to 20, and if you do double strand, particularly with DMC, sometimes with lighter colors, you can see the 2 strands kind of just twist over each other, which I don't like. Maybe wax could help, but it's just too much work, you know, Lynn. I'm lazy. You know, if I can get away with not doing something, I would. Rachel Morton says, Yogi, this may have been asked before, but but have you ever thought about starting something like chatelaine or tattoo stitch, like mandala with sparkles and beads? Oh, are you talking about those pieces with ladies in pretty dresses, and you need to incorporate beads, like beaded, semi-beaded pieces with cross stitching? I have seen those pieces. I have been taking interest. I've been thinking about maybe do a beaded piece, not fully beaded, but you know, incorporating some sort of beads, but not specifically for those lady in dresses, because you know, Rachel, you probably know by now, I don't really stitch people, and particularly anything with faces. Trevor, I'm fine. Trevor is a robot, okay, and he does not wear dresses. I don't know, maybe he does, but I would be interested in trying out cross-stitching pieces incorporating beads, like male heel ones. I keep saying it, I just haven't done it. So it's kind of a yes, but not specifically for those lady stitches. Janine says, regarding the removing ink from stamp kits, Janine says, I put just a tad of detergent. When I wash my stamp kits, you just have to re-soak a few times, everything comes out. So does that mean, Janine, you have finished the stamp kits before? Whoa, I would like to know which one. I know you're working on a really large one with a kind of angelic face. But Yes, that's a process you only get to find out if you've actually finished a piece to start with. All right, this is a single piece, stitch as well. A31. Yes, I'd like to try the beaded projects. Maybe not too large, you know, just something kind of to see if I like it. I think that's the thing. A31. But maybe something that doesn't involve a person. A31, just a single stitch. Tattoo. So is that different from the beaded projects? Yes, what is tattoo then? Is it a company? And what is so special about them? I'd love to try a stamp kit as well, that's another thing, but I have not found a pattern I like. And my fear is, you know, I like large pieces, like large projects. I might end up with a very large stamp kit that I'll probably regret. For some reason, I just haven't come across a pattern I just go, oh, I really want to do it. Not yet, anyway. Oh, Rachel says, no, not fancy ladies, mandalas. They look similar to fractal. Okay, yes, the only mandala I know is mandala yoga, which is kind of you go around full circle. So does that mean that's a little bit like fractal? Oh, Rachel, I might not be able to handle fractals stitching. You know, I can just about doing black work. There are a lot of symmetry and stuff, but I can't do repetitive pattern. My mind just go, it would just go into a meltdown. Because you know the black work pattern I'm doing right now, let me just show you. I've got it here actually. So this is the pattern I'm doing. Okay, hang on. Let me just turn this on. The pattern I'm doing right now, this one. Okay, that's the one I was working on with. What am I doing? Hang on. Not this one. This one. I want to show you anyway. So this one was the pattern, the full pattern I was working with the members yesterday. So this one I can handle, even though within every single square, if you look at it, is symmetrical and it's kind of a symbol. It's quite interesting, geometric, you know, kind of patterns. But I've seen some of you working on kind of repetitive patterns throughout the entire piece, if you know what I mean. Like kind of just the whole thing is kind of repeating a certain pattern that I cannot do. I know my brain just go crazy. So with fractal, yes, I probably go crazy as well. But my question will be, when you say fractal, is it ultimately cross stitching or does it involve different type of stitching? Like black work is all back stitching. So I need to learn about that before I make any, you know, rushed judgment. It wouldn't be fair. But I've seen people doing kind of, you know, slightly fractal type of patterns. My brain just can't really process that. Okay, so that was Mandela. Okay, and let me figure out what chatelaine is. Rachel says, my evening in the park is chatelaine. Is it brand chatelaine when you say chatelaine? Right, okay, so mandalas is fractal, and Nikki says they're mandalas with beads and specialty stitches. Oh, that sounds mighty scary. Fractal with beads. That sounds trippy. It's hard to say. I don't want to rule anything out because that wouldn't be fair. I probably just need to look at the patterns and see what's involved. Because if it's too repetitive as a pattern, my brain just can't handle. Just one stitch here. A31. Jeanine says one finished stamp kit. It was very small but cute. Ah, so you get to experience having to remove the ink. That's very nice. Rachel says Tattoo Stitch is a company. They sell mandalas. Okay, so the mandala patterns are from a company called Tattoo. So it's not a thing. I'm learning new things every day, guys. And they sell mandalas with specialty stitches, treasure braids and beads. Very intricate. Oh, I think it all hinges on whether I like the pattern or not. Not so much what's involved. If I like the pattern, I'm willing to work on it. However I get there. I don't mind specialty stitches, you know. I did a bit of embroidery as well. I'm not super good at it, but, you know, I can handle it. But yeah, I'd love to see kind of patterns. And if I like the patterns, then, you know, probably more likely I would want to do it. As long as it's not too repetitive as a pattern. Oh, Suzanne says, I posted a link to a couple of them a few weeks ago, and I thought it was really cool. I'm trying to recall if I remember. Janine says, I will look for a stamp kit for you, Yogi. Okay, Janine, no calamari and no eyes, okay? No big eyes staring at me. Okay? And Janine's going to be in charge of searching for a stamp kit for Yogi. See you later, Joyce, 99. Sweet, sweet dreams. Rachel says it's cross stitch, specialty stitches, some black work. Okay. Back stitching, all type of stitching, but mostly cross stitching. Okay, interesting. Oh, no, not that one. Chelsea says my stamp kit is 28,500 stitches, but a 14 count A die is about 14 inches wide and 18 inches long. I know the stamp kits because they tend to be slightly lower count fabrics, so they're enormous, aren't they? I mean, the one Janine is doing is huge. And the one Travis is doing is huge as well, a Pokemon. Rachel Morton says Chatelaine is the brand. Okay. Tattoo is a brand as well. I get it. I'm learning. I'm learning. One more up here. Oh, I'm loving this so much. It's giving my Travis a lot of definition around the face. Oops. So Rachel says she just posted something. Let me see if I can bring that up just through my phone. It's probably quicker. Oh, I see. Hang on. All right, guys. Let me just show you what Rachel has posted, okay? Let me just show it to you over here. It's probably easier. Can you see that? I see. And with dyed fabric as well. Right, I'm trying to figure out. So let me show you. Let me just flip it over here. Oh no, this one is better. Okay, I can see that. So mostly cross stitching, and I haven't seen. Oh, okay. So there's some maybe sort of other type of stitches to create these shapes. Okay, so there's a bit of other types of stitches involved. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. Yes. Wow. It does have a very different feel to it, isn't it? There's a kind of, I can't describe it. Yes. It's very nice. Thank you so much. Let me see if I've got other things that I can show on here. It's just quicker than me bring up. Well, that's an interesting one. Look at this. This is probably not mandala, but that's very cute. I like this dyed fabric as well. That's very nice. It's from Catherine. From Catherine here. That's very, very, very cute. So guys, if you haven't joined our Facebook group already, you know, we have a Facebook group. You get to see a lot of interesting work from everybody. Thank you for showing me that. Yes, I have seen pictures that you posted. I didn't know there were other stitches involved. I didn't look very carefully. I just presume it's a cross-stitching project. Yes, Janine says, I've never tried beads. They look intimidating. I am curious, but I don't know if I would embark on my beading journey with such an intricate piece. I'll probably just get overwhelmed. So that's why I like the idea of maybe mill heel pieces. They're very small and quite simple as well. Maybe that's where I'll start and see if I even like it. You know, beading is a different experience. Yes, Nikki, I agree. Nikki says you should do a small mill heel kit first. I mean, Nikki knows yogi. I'll probably just start to wait, you know, to sob if I get overwhelmed. Ah, Suzanne, so those seafood ones. Suzanne was being very naughty. Okay, she posted some patterns involve giant squid or octopus. I didn't realize they're more than just cross stitching. So do they have beads as well? Can you imagine beaded seafood stitching? Oh, it's just getting worse. We have standard. Okay, Suzanne. Beading is okay, seafood no. No calamari, no ice. Yes. Kitties are okay. Yes, Ginny. You got it. You got it. And Maddie, Needle Ham as well. Hello. Welcome. Betty Hankins says, Tina stitches recent floss tube. You should go watch. Okay, what did she do? Does she do mandala stitching? Hey, James, the PhD stitcher. Hello, hello from the Philippines, right, James, our gentleman stitcher. Yes, James, do you knit as well? We're talking about men knitting. Do you cross over and start knitting from time to time? And if not, why not? Chelsea says, Trimitz has nice stamp kits. Oh, is it a company? I have looked I'm trying to think of the stamp kit company that I have kind of looked around slightly. I have checked out Painting Fairy, maybe, because Suzanne has kind of, you know, buy from them quite frequently. And also there's another one. Is it called Stamp Cross Stitching Company or something? I can't remember. It's kind of says it on the company name there, website name. I think Stamp Kit Club or something. You know which one I'm talking about. I had a look on that site as well. That may be just about it. Let me know if there are other companies I can kind of look up as well. I think patterns ultimately is the key. I don't want to try something if I don't like the pattern. If I like the pattern, I will try to overcome whatever it is, you know, that I need to do. I have no problem with that. Yes, Captain Squirrel, we have standards. No seafood, okay? Squids and octopus, they're just not allowed. Jeannie says, love Painting Fairy. Dream Stitch has nice stuff. Those are only two I will buy from. Are they related as a company? I wonder. I just can't tell them apart. I get them mixed up a lot. All right. So there are a few more stitches with this color for a change. Today, quite a lot of color changes. But then again, it's just one of those pieces. And also it's got the max 240 colors. So oh, that one is landed a little bit weird. Oh, thread trouble. Thread trouble. This one, for some reason, snagged. Oh dear. What is happening? I think this one has gone rogue. I have to snip it off. I don't know what's happening down there. Just start to tangle. All right, then let's try again. 3765. 3765. Lynn says, beads are okay until your partner knocks them off the table. Oh dear. Yes, that probably happens with diamond painting as well. If you diamond paint, I don't know. It is tons and tons of beads. I think threads are a lot more manageable, isn't it? Because they don't just fly everywhere. Just stitch over this one. Ginny says 5-stitch and painting fairy, they're related. 5-stitch has supported artists, painting fairy does not. But why is that though? If they're related to each other, one does not. So when you say not supporting artists, does that mean they just take their artwork and just chart it without a care in the world? Naughty, naughty. I know it does happen though. It does happen. I think the stitching world is still a wild, wild west to an extent. Ruth, the magpie stitcher, says, I had not heard of tattoo until now. I must have the Taiwan blue magpies and lemons, at least others. Oh, do you mean patterns? One, two, three, and 4. I'm gonna just flow with the colors now, see how it goes. Janine says, not sure how painting fairy gets their artwork, and I guess it doesn't bother me not to buy from them because they're charted so well. Yeah, yes, I get it. I'm kind of with Janine a little bit. If I know, if I recognize a pattern and I know it's just like Aimee's Stewart or whatever, then I probably wouldn't buy it. But there's some other charts. I'm not sure whether they're licensed or not. But if they're charted nicely, personally, I would, because all my 14 count kids from this company, and you know, I cannot trace the origin in terms of licensing, but I'm happy to stitch them. It's just somewhere that, you know, that as a customer, I don't have major issues. If I know a pattern knowingly that I recognize, then I would not buy it personally. But otherwise, you know. All right, let me come over here and start to maybe smooth out this corner a little bit. It's 3808. Janine says, for me, it's not like I'm going to sell it. It's just for me. I know it's a little on the edge for some people, but it's enjoyment for me. Yes, I think we, you know, you probably remember we kind of talked about it a little bit. My personal position as a stitcher is like, I do my best. You know, I do my best. If I recognize a piece that's not, it's clearly probably not licensed, I probably choose not to buy it. But if not, and it's well charted, that's for me is the key. Because when it comes to licensing, that's not a battle for me to fight as a customer. It's for, you know, if the artist and the companies, they care enough, if they feel strong enough, they have to sort it out by themselves. You know, I'm not going to do sort of deep dive research and try to figure out who owns what. That's not my job. So that's my position. And if I like a pattern enough and it's well made, that's the key, then I'm willing to buy it. My issue is more of there's some sort of fake patterns, you know, there's badly charted and they show a sort of fake mock-up that I have problem with. 3A, 0A. A20. Okay. Oh, Captain Squirrel, A20. Yes, well done. Spooky bingo goes to Captain Squirrel. And Captain Squirrel, which piece are you working on nowadays? So this one is up there. And the next one is A03. Yes, that was a very brief spooky bingo. A20. And now I'm moving on to 803. There's some beautiful blue shades. Rose says China does not recognize a copyright or intellectual property, so within their own country, they're not doing anything illegal. I do an image search on Google. If I can't find artists, I'll buy it. Yes, that's probably a good policy. That's where you feel comfortable, right, Rose? And we all have our own sort of, you know, ways of kind of approach the situation. So are you saying China just there's no copyright law for the country? If that's the case, that probably explains the situation. So, but does it mean that artists over here cannot take some sort of action over them? I wonder. So copyright law isn't international, is that? I guess that's what I'm asking. Captain Squirrel is working on Butterflies Galore, Story Key by Jasmine Beckett Griffin. Double barrel name. Charted by Hayde. Oh. This color is a bit more, it's a bit better. A few more stitches here. And it's really interesting. I remember, you know, when Apple Store came out with the Apple Store, basically, this high street version, and you know, it's got a very specific kind of look, isn't it? An Apple Store, if you've been to, it's all white with counter, white counter, wood counter, and all the people working there. They dress in a very specific style, kind of a polo shirt and with a badge, etc. And it's a very distinct, you know, way of approaching electronic shops, because up to that point, electronic shops are not the most pleasing sort of, you know, type of shops. It's very practical. You have computers, etc. And I remember watching this clip. I just couldn't believe my eyes. I think it was probably China somewhere, and they literally have shops that look just like Apple Store, and people dressed just like those guys in, you know, Apple Store geniuses or whatever you call them. And but it's not Apple Store. They literally rip everything, made them look identical, not even trying to be shy about it. But it's just not an Apple Store. It's selling something else, gadget as well. And I was laughing my head off. I just go, oh, because sometimes when you're trying to kind of rip someone else's design or concept, you try to disguise it, you know, to make it a little bit different. And I was just, you know, quite humored by the fact that there was just no attempt to try to hide it. It was literally just like, hello, we're going to just do it like that. Try to stop us. And I think they did the same with a lot of social media as well. They've got the equivalent, because everything's censored over there, I think, when it comes to information. But so I think Facebook is banned. I don't think they have Facebook. I don't think they have YouTube. Maybe other social platform as well. But in order to, you know, they don't want to just block them from doing it. They literally come up with a version that looks very, very similar. Very, very similar. They don't have Google either. I don't think. They have their own version of Google. And they probably borrowed, quote unquote, borrowed a lot, whatever it is, from Google. And I remember, I'm not sure, I don't think it was a lawsuit, but there was some sort of discussion, okay, between Google and China. They're trying to probably just work out the kind of, you know, copyright type of issues. And China basically said, you know, either you gave us your code, meaning Google search, or we're going to just take it anyway. And I thought it was just such a boss move. Not in a good way, obviously. But I just think if it's just so blatant, they just go, yeah, either you can just surrender your information, or we're going to just take it anyway. We have the technology to figure out what it is. And it's just, how do you play with someone like that? I don't know. Nikki says, when I was stationed in Korea, and there was a store where they had a huge copy machine, and you would copy the charts they had and kit the material right there in the store. Really? So how does that work? So there's like a copy machine, so you can bring your own chart, or they sell charts. Sounds like you can just bring your own charts and copy the charts and then kit it up. So who is supplying the charts? so crazy. And they just kit it up for you. So it's a bit like McDonald's, not McDonald's, you know, whatever shops they go, and they just build whatever it is for you. And then you can just go home. That's really funny. One, two, three. Oh, so Nikki wasn't stitching then. That's a shame. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a lot of very special stitching kits. But the fact that stores like that existed in Korea, I don't know when that was. It probably means the craft is very popular over there. Because they're not going to build, do something when there's no customer. Chelsea says, Yogi keeps me hydrated. Every time I hear you have a drink, it reminds me to drink too. Yes, that's what Yogi is here for, to look after your body and your mind as well. Not just the stitching. I remember up to a few months ago, we have sort of different Sao days. We have Saturday, Aimee Sao, but we also had a couple of others. We had Chiramaketi for Monday, and then who was that? Kim Jacobs, I sure remember. Kim Jacobs for Wednesday. And I think at one point we also have a Friday. Did we have a Friday something? I can't remember. And then I decided to change it up. Okay, so I cleared both Saturdays and keeping the Saturdays. And I remember getting comments from stitchers. They basically go, well, now you're messing us the calendar, weekly calendar up, because they used to recognize and remember which day it was just by looking at the Sao title. And then it was stripped away. Now they're really confused on which day it was. And that was hilarious. But of course, when it comes to hydration, you can count on Yogi. And now I'm going to take another sip of my coffee, okay? Take your drinks, guys. Stay hydrated, like Chelsea. Ruth says artists can sometimes successfully stop them from reproducing works, but it's difficult to process. Sometimes a case dissect order will work. I think it's probably to do with the profit involved, right? Because cross-stitching, I don't know how profitable it is, to be honest. But you can probably see people fighting over copyright, over music and movie, etc., and maybe a few other forms of art. Because there's tons and tons of profit involved, and a lot of people probably are willing to fight for it. But when it comes to, cross-stitching patterns, I don't know, maybe it costs more to fight the battle than not doing it. So maybe that's why there isn't sort of massive sort of lawsuit going on there. And it's all down to money, I guess. If there's a lot of money involved, people will be willing to fight for it. Nikki says the shop in Korea, they have so many charts, you will copy them. So literally, okay, I get it. So they have a lot of charts and you go and browse them. If you like one, instead of buying the charts, you can copy it. But essentially you're buying charts from them, is it not? It's just that they don't give you like pre-printed copy. You can just pick one, they copy it for you. The question would be, where did they get those charts? Maybe they just buy them from somewhere randomly, and then you can just go and get a copy. Okay, so I can see potential issues there. And then they kit it up for you, so they supply you floss as well. It sounds quite fun, actually, if it's actually all legit, like if there isn't sort of slightly questionable sort of copyright issue there. It's quite nice because they just kit it up for you. You just go and browse like you're buying a book, right? I like the idea, actually. All right, just one stitch here. 3812. 1 stitch. I might park it down. Let me have a look. Or maybe I just end it. Nikki says those are used to do with PlayStation games. You can get them for $1. Oh my goodness, this is paradise. $1. Right, so PlayStation game. You get a game for $1? Wow. Because it depends on when it was probably all physical game, you know, CDs or whatever. And it's probably quite easy to copy those games. 3A12. I remember it was quite a while ago actually. 3A12. 3A12. Let me just pop it back. I remember. I don't know about now. I think games nowadays you can probably download them. There isn't any kind of country restriction, region restriction now. But I remember maybe PlayStation 2 or 3, I can't remember. They were still quite a lot of games, maybe from other countries, maybe from Japan in particular, because Japanese games are really big. And there were games that you cannot get from the UK. And there used to be a shop. I don't know if you've been to the UK or live in the UK, you probably know Tottenham Court Road, which it's a part of London. There used to be, I don't know about now, I haven't been for ages, but Tottenham Court Road, they used to have like computer streets, kind of computer shops for the entire street. And if you ever need a computer or related stuff, you go to Tottenham Court Road. And there used to be a shop there called, I think it's called Computer Exchange. And what you do is you can get your console. It was PlayStation at the time, because maybe PlayStation 2, it was so long ago. And you can take your UK PlayStation console, you take the physical console over there to Computer Exchange, and they would, oh, what's happening here? They would chip it. That's what they say. I don't know what they actually do. They put like some sort of, they modify the machine. So it's able to read games from other countries as well. So it basically removed that regional restriction from the machine. And it's hard to imagine right now. I mean, nowadays, who would take the physical console anywhere, right? But it happened. It is true, okay? If you're under 20, you probably listen to this like it's a fictional story. It actually happened, okay? I promise. Oh, this one's got the same symbol as the other one. I just discover a duplicated symbol. It's very confusing. Let me change it. All right then. Well, I think all the games now, they're probably, you can download them from wherever. Michelle Fuller says, leaving to have dinner with family. Enjoy stitching the Stitchy Chat. Enjoy your dinner, Michelle. And I shall see you next time. Nikki says, yes, it was my PlayStation 1. And I had to take it to get it modified to play the dollar games. All right. So why do you have to get modified to play the $1 games, does that mean those dollar games are copies? Like, wow, I know. It's probably much harder to do nowadays because it's all digital download. And if you haven't paid for it, you can't download a copy. So see, when it's game is a very good example as well, because there's so much money involved. There's probably more infrastructure and ways to, stop pirating from happening. I don't think that's happening for cross-stitching anytime soon, because I don't think there's enough profit involved for that to happen. One, two, three. Let me see, I'm being a little bit naughty. I'm bending the rule slightly, so I'm stitching all these three vertically because I can. I'm not sure if Gemma would do this, so look away, Gemma. Okay. It's the Color Flow Princess stitching. She's the queen. Okay. Oh, so they had to modify the machine to reel in $1 games. And do the dollar games work well? Don't they start to, become pixelated after a while due to the quality of the copy? But I think computer games, in some way, they're getting cheaper. Maybe it's not the right way. If you buy new games, okay, it's the prices are going up, but there's a lot more sales and discount happening. Okay, this one is 3A44. 3A44. Hey, Travis. Hello. How's it going? Chelsea says it's so frustrating to have to rebuy games you had, but new consoles only take digital downloads. Oh, I've been a digital download person for ages. I don't think I bought a physical copy since, I don't know, since digital download and download speed was kind of, fast enough to do it. Yeah, because with physical copy, first of all, you could lose them. And also, it's just inconvenient, isn't it? But I think, there are a lot of gamers who like physical copies. They like the packaging, etc. So I think the industry was trying to kind of feed that market a little bit. But now I think it's got to the point that they have to let go of a lot of physical options, because there's probably a lot of overhead. I don't know. Nikki referring to the $1 games. They were good. Final Fantasy, Tekken, or GTA, etc. Just like the original. And store owners were super busy. I bet $1 per game for all those. Yes, I'm a big Final Fantasy fan. I did try to play Grand Theft Auto GTA. I think I can't remember which one, maybe 5, because I'm a late joiner when it comes to that type of games. I play role-playing games since I was a kid, because that I can't play action games to save my life. So I tend to play games that turn-based or puzzle games, you know, that kind of stuff. So I never tried to play anything like that's kind of shooter games, that kind of stuff. It's just stressful. But during COVID, you know, I think maybe it's just a lack of stimulation. I started to play more sort of shooting games, which I never played before. I think it's literally being locked down in a house, and my mind was looking for stimulations. So even though prior to that, I never played anything that's, you know, involved shooting and that kind of first-person shooting and that kind of stuff, I started to want to play those. And also there were games involved like really scary kind of zombies and stuff. Prior to that, I wouldn't go near, because I like to play kind of fluffy, you know, games like Final Fantasy, that kind of stuff. And I started to, you know, I tried out GTA 5, 4 or 5 maybe, the more recent ones, and yeah, I manage a little bit, but it's just too a little bit overwhelming, so I didn't go very far. Travis says, other than a tired, cranky Marek, pretty good. Oh, Marek, give your dad, you know, an easier time, okay? Your dad has to work long shifts, have to come back to the Pokemon stitching. And Marek, you have to work with that, okay? Chelsea says, I like to buy games second-hand, especially for kids. Digital download has stopped this. Ah, that's quite true. But the thing is, you know, it depends on the console. There are a lot of discount going on there, particularly with, Xbox has got the Game Pass. Now it's getting, the prices up a lot. But PlayStation, they're constantly having discount games. So maybe that's a good option as well. But yes, I can imagine it's quite annoying. You can't buy sort of, you know, discount games, like physical copies. But I just like the idea of having everything digital, because I don't have to go and look for them. I don't need storage space. I know where they are, and I'm not going to lose those copies unless the whole company disappeared. Very nice. Lona says, Yogi, did you ever try Five Nights at Freddy's? What is it? A game? If that's the case, no. It sounds scary. Five Nights at Freddy's. Is that like horror game? Is that Freddy Krueger? Travis says, Dragon Age is amazing game series. Dragon Age. I don't think it rings a bell. Is it a role-playing game? Dragon Age. And Travis, did you ever get Core Keeper? Because this is a very fun game. Oh, Janine likes Dragon Age as well. I think I'm aware of the game, but it's not something I played before. Chelsea says, my husband is enjoying Hytale, which is like Minecraft. but a little bit more advanced. You know what? Just maybe literally a couple of days ago, I saw a video about Hytale. Is a new one because it was labeled as Minecraft 2, and I thought Minecraft doesn't have a sequel. And I only saw a little bit. Is it good? Because I like Minecraft. And it's a little bit more advanced, is it? Oh, that sounds intriguing. Chelsea says, where, as I like the Lego games, Harry Potter, Jurassic Park, Pirates of the Caribbean are my favorites. Chelsea, you know, I have seen those. Chelsea's not talking about real Legos. It's like a Lego style games of those ones. You know, Chelsea, this is controversial. Every time I saw those Lego variations, you know, of games, I always wonder who plays them. Who plays them? Now I know it's Chelsea. No, I'm kidding. I'm sure it's fun. I like my Lego, but I like physical Lego. Because I always thought maybe it's, but it's kind of a aim for children, isn't it? Because they sometimes do a Lego version of a sort of more grown-up version of the game. Lona says it's scary. Five Nights at Freddy's, then I wouldn't be able to play it. I can't play horror games. You know, like Resident Evil. There is one that's a first person one. And I made a mistake of playing that one. I think it was on, I don't think I bought it. I think it was part of maybe PlayStation Premium at one point. I don't have subscription now because I don't have time to play games, but during COVID, I had Game Pass. I had PlayStation Premium as well because I just needed, you know, stimulation as well, and my partners occasionally play with me as well. But yes, and I made a mistake of playing Resident Evil. I think it was 7. It's a first-person perspective. My God, I'm still traumatized. I think I got to halfway and I literally I could not I could not do it anymore. I was so scared. There's not a duplication of symbol. I'm gonna switch it to a different one. Fingers crossed. There. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Another one. Lona likes the Lego game as well. Okay, maybe I need to try. I should knock it. Oh, Travis as well. Wow. Yeah, I think the Dragon Age thingy game is probably similar to, yeah, a Skyrim I did play though, but I'm a late comer when it comes to Skyrim because Skyrim's been around for like 15 years, right? I only played very, very recently, maybe only last year, because it sounds overwhelming and I wasn't sure if I could handle it. But it's very open world, isn't it? I did not finish it because it's so vast. But I did play a little bit Skyrim. Is Dragon Age like that as well? I wonder. Oh, where am I with this? Yes. Okay, we're good. And I'm going to park it below. Ah, Chelsea says the husband enjoys the Lego game. That's nice when a whole family likes gaming, right? Imagine if just one person likes it. That's no fun. Janine says Lego Dimensions was tons of fun. Lego Dimensions. I don't think I ever play any Lego games. Because a lot of times the Lego games, they just, they take up the style of Lego, but there's no real Lego going on there. You know what I mean? If it's an actual Lego game that you can build stuff, maybe I'll be interested. Maybe a Lego version of a Minecraft. I can imagine. They kind of go together. Because I always see Minecraft as a computer game version of Lego. You know what I mean? There's just more things you can do. But there's a kind of really sandbox, you know, feel to it. With Lego, you can build anything. Chelsea says, I like proper Lego too. I'm not much of a gamer. And Lego versions are very predictable and completion award based. Ah, interesting. Travis says, I surprised Tia with a Lego Hogwarts castle from Harry Potter a couple of years ago. It was over 6,000 pieces. Oh, so it's a Harry Potter themed Lego. It's got tons of them. You know, that reminds me, the other day I saw this video on YouTube. There was this guy who is running a, it's called Lego Exchange company. So basically they go around and buy people's old Lego pieces, like, you know, throughout the years they put out different theme ones, and there's some really hardcore Lego collectors. And I saw this video. It's really moving, actually. It was someone that was about 70 something years old and passed away, and the family decided to sell the dad's, you know, who has passed away, his Lego collection. And we're not talking about just a couple of boxes, guys. You know, we're talking like in half of the house and multiple rooms full of Lego pieces and, you know, different packs, different themes. They all organized in, you know, just beautifully throughout the house. And because the family was decided to sell the house, they had to let go of the Lego pieces as well. So they got someone like this guy running a company. So he's a kind of a collector, and he would collect Lego pieces, you know, some different packages to sell to other collectors. So he's not a collector, he's a dealer. But he paid this family, oh dear, it was a great video actually, because originally the lady offered a prize. I can't remember how much. We're talking about over $100,000, and a guy, maybe he's doing a little bit for, you know, for the internet, you know, sort of view there. He decided to top it up to basically up the price, nearly doubled or something like that. I can't remember. And the lady, the family, they were just totally shocked on how much, you know, the Lego pieces was. But literally, I mean, people, you know, go crazy with collecting those pieces. And the dad must have had such a great time playing with the Legos. I mean, it was a serious collection there. Oh, Janine says BioShock was scary for me. Oh, I played BioShock. Yes, they were so good, but they don't make them anymore, do they? The company, I think it went under. Is it 2K? A game company. They just do rubbish games now, really, really bad ones. BioShock, I play 1 and 2. The third one was slightly different, very, very different. I don't know whether you played that one. But 1 and 2, yes, it's so really moody, right? And so mysterious and really dark, but in a very, not gory, nothing gory about it. And yes, I remember there were robots and everything. Yes, that's a good one. That's a good one. And you know, I played those games during COVID because prior to that, as I said, I play fluffy games. You know, I play a bit of Minecraft, I play Final Fantasy. And then during COVID, for some reason, I just decided to dive into those games. I was too scared to play. Single stitch of 820. Travis says, yes, it's similar to Skyrim. I think Travis is referring to Dragon Age. And Travis says you have to unite the races of Fedradon against enemies, army of darkspawn led by, and Artradon. Oh, it sounds very Lord of the Rings as well. Yes. See, we get everything here. I even get game reviews here, right here on Yogi Stream. 820's done. But Skyrim, I did enjoy. I didn't think I would enjoy it because it sounds overwhelming. And I tend not to play Silver Dragon and Dungeon type of games, but I enjoy that. It's so free. You can literally do whatever you want. 3808. So literally, I've got these ones here. I've got 4 stitches down here. And Nikki says, Fortnite Lego is free and you build things to more like Minecraft. Fortnite Lego? But Fortnite is a very different kind of game, isn't it? So it's got a Lego version. Because Fortnite, there's a little bit of building element to it, but it's not for the same purpose as Lego, as Minecraft. You build it as a defense, isn't it? Fortnite, I absolutely cannot play. I think I tried it once when it first came out, and I just go, no. It's just way too actiony. Rachel says, I've never been much of a gamer, but when I was a kid, I played Super Mario Bros. And Dark Hunt. And when I was at college, I liked The Sims. That's the extent of my gaming. Yes, The Sims, I think I probably dabble a little bit, but I was too scared of those mannequin faces. A little bit. They just look so weird, like Uncanny Valley. But Super Mario, I'm hopeless. No chance. Anything that's actiony, requires timing and coordination, I'm out. I just get really, really stressed and there's no fun. 1, 2, 3. All right, I see what the problem is. Lona says, I still love play Minecraft. Yes, Lona, for me, because I have gone quite far with Minecraft, maybe about 2, 3 years ago during COVID, and I beat the dragon, you know, the final boss. And obviously the game still goes on afterwards. You can get the wings, etc. Because I have gone that far, I have not got any motivation to go back again because I feel like I've done it. I'm waiting for some sort of maybe some major update to freshen it up a little bit because there hasn't been a lot of changes. They add bits and pieces. I'm just slightly worried if they run out of ideas because I'm waiting for changes that's fundamental. You know, it changes the way you play games, for instance, then I will have good reason to go back. Otherwise, I feel like I've done it. 3808. And Rose says my gaming experience is limited to Farmville. Is it like a farming game? And some Pokemon Go. I need something to get me moving after COVID lockdown. Yes, I think a lot of people, you know, probably play games more during lockdown than anything else. Because, you know, I was looking for some sort of stimulations. That I need to, you know, fight something. Some sort of zombie or something. Now that desire is kind of, you know, faded away a little bit. I don't want to fight. Janine says BioShock was one of my favorite, but I hit a lot. Same here. I'm a stealth player. Okay, any games that allows me to hide and ambush people, I play. Anything that I have to fight people face to face, I can't do it. So I like stealth games. I like to be sneaky, you know, hiding behind a bush. Rachel says, I never did Minecraft. I did do Minesweeper. Minesweeper. It's more like a mobile game. Minesweeper. It rings a bell, but I can't remember what it's like. Chelsea says you should try Hightail. Is it a new game though? Has it just come out? Because I'm not familiar with the name. I will try. I don't know what platform they're on. If it's a PC game, then I won't be able to do it. But if it's on one of the consoles, yes. Lynn says I built Buckingham Palace out of Lego. Oh, very nice. That's got to be hard. Buckingham Palace. And did you build a Prince Andrew? No. Put him in a loo, you know, hide him in a loo. Or some sort of dungeon underneath. Travis says, I'm also playing Baldur's Gate 3. I know that game has won Game of the Year. Which is a surprise because it's a turn-based game. I have not played it. I'm just not sure about the turn-based element to it, but rave review for that game. Baldur's Gate. Banjo, Tooie. I'm not familiar with that one. All the games are coming out. Rachel says, Minesweeper is not a mobile game, but I think you can get it on your phone now. How does that go then? Minesweeper? Is it some sort of landmine? It was one of the few games with solitaire on the old computers. Oh, all right. Solitaire. Wow. Yes. Remember those days that the computer software actually come with games? Yes, it did happen. It's true. Yes, a solitaire, yes. It's like a running joke. People play those games at work, you know, pretending to browse spreadsheets. Actually, they're playing those games. Yes, that is very true. Chelsea says, Hightail is a new game. I think it came out last week. Oh, that's why, because I literally just saw one video about it and it's named as Minecraft 2. I said, what? Yes, so it just came out. And Chelsea says, my husband plays on his laptop, but I don't know if he can play on console. If it's a PC game, it's a lost cause for me. I don't know how to play on PC. I need a joystick. Not joystick. I need a gamepad. Ruth says, my sweeper on Windows and Snake on analog mobile phone. Yes, snakes. It's literally just like dots kind of, you know, swirling around. Oh, the good old days. Lona says, I've always loved Baldur's Gate. I've never played any of them, actually. The only thing, the first time I'm aware of the game was because the Game of the Year, the third one. Josie says, no justification is required, okay? And Josie says, I remember Windows 3.1. Oh my goodness, 1992. Nikki says, I like cozy games like Stardew Valley. Same here. So Nikki, did you play Animal Crossing? It came out literally right pretty much 2 weeks after the UK lockdown kicked in for the first time. And everyone I knew was playing Animal Crossing. And it was a shame that you couldn't sort of play multiplayers. Or maybe you could, I don't remember. But yes, everybody's playing Animal Crossing. I do love Stardew Valley as well. I'm thinking about starting a new world, a new farm. Spider Solitaire, what is that? The Solitaire with Spider, Chelsea. It's all coming out now. I'm walking down the memory lane of the game world. And Chelsea said, we used to play Doom in school. Oh, I cannot play Doom to save my life. I know the type of game you're talking about. It's like a first-person 3D game. Oh no, I'll probably just get very really dizzy. And also, I cannot do shooting game to save my life unless I'm allowed to ambush people by hiding behind the bushes. Clara says, Clara says, I used to like Entropy. I don't know that game, actually. But Travis has excuses to play games because, you know, he's got 2 boys and he can always go, well, I'm playing games because I want to play with my kids. Just like my dad. My dad loved games, but he always pretended that he was buying games or consoles for us. He was a big kid, actually. Chelsea said, Darla, my kids think I'm making it up. I know, that's what we had to do before broadband, isn't it? It's pretty shocking. And Nikki says, oh, so you play Animal Crossing as well. I think if you like Stardew Valley, you have to like Animal Crossing as well. And there's a new update coming out. You can build a hotel as well. So I'm thinking about going back to play it because my old world is probably growing cockroaches. So probably the best policy is to start a new one. I'm trying to match up this one. 1, 2, 3, and 2 more. 1 more here. Lona says Windows 3.1 and DOS. Yes, DOS. I remember my dad had to go to a computer course to learn how to operate a PC and how to use DOS. I remember. And I remember my dad said, basically, to just teach you how to turn on a computer because people didn't know how to do it. Captain Squirrel says, I love Bloons, Tower, Defense, and Fallout games. Yes, I like Fallout. I'm not familiar with Bloons Tower though. Is that similar to Fallout? Fallout games I like. Well, I've only played one of them, Fallout 4. I think apparently it's the best one. I tried to play the ones before, but they felt like really old game because I'm a latecomer, and when I play Fallout 4, it's already been out for a little bit. I played during COVID, you see, and I thought I liked Fallout 4. I didn't finish it, but I went pretty far with it. And then I thought, well, if I like Fallout 4, maybe I can play Fallout 3 and 2 as well. And I tried 3. The operation, you know, the interface is just really clunky, so I couldn't play it. It felt like a, you know, really old game. Betty Jenkins, Betty Hankins says, Rachel, yes, I always remember the sound of dial-up. Yes, it's very specific. My God. And they charge you as well. Isn't that shocking? They charge you for the dial-up time. It's like a phone call, basically. This is so much fun. Chelsea, so you have to like multiple decks and you have to, oh, probably won't be able to read that. And Sue says World of Warcraft on PC for me. Oh, Sue, you're hardcore. Okay, I've never played it. It just sounds too scary. And also PC game. I don't know how to play games on PC. I don't know how to play with keyboard or mouse. So it's a lost cause for me. Yes, World of Warcraft. I know quite a lot of WoW players in this chat. 996. 996. It's a blue. Oh, SolarWinds. You're back. Well done. Yes, we're talking about games, all the nerdy stuff. And dial-ups. Remember those? Lynn says, Yogi, my partner says, why does Yogi only show her hands? Because that's my best bit. You know, you like to show the part of a body that's the best. What else do I show, Lynn? It's a stitching stream. Would you like to see my toes? Lean partner. I can flash my toes, maybe. They're not pretty, but... Yes, Rachel. They clash with phone lines as well. Oh my God, I'm gonna die. This discussion is killing me. Yes. If you do dial up and someone sort of making phone calls, you can cut you off. Oh dear. Oh, things have changed a little bit, hasn't it? Oh my goodness. That's so funny. Lona says, No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky I'm aware of. I might have that game, but I haven't played. It sounds very, very intimidating. And I think at one point, because I was reading a lot of reviews, I decided to download it, but I have not played it. And the other one, I don't know. Janine has No Man's Sky as well. Is it easy to play though? It sounds so scary because it's just very involved, isn't it? It's not. It's probably a lot of a learning curve. So No Man's Sky is like Minecraft in the space, something like that, similar. So it's a sandbox game as well. You can fly around different planets and build, you know, settlements and that kind of stuff. 517. 517. It's 517 to blue. Dolls for Dummies books. I bet my dad had those because everybody is trying to learn how to turn on a computer and type. Captain Squirrel likes Fallout 4. Yes, Fallout 4 is very clever, isn't it? But the Fallout, you know, the online game is just utter rubbish. Which one is that? Fallout something. You know the one I'm talking about, Captain. That one's really a real letdown. Rose says, I think I might be of your dad's era. I learned DOS. Yes, you had to learn DOS those days, I think, because you couldn't that was before everything is all, now you can move with the mouse. Before you have to put in like commands. And it's almost like a programmy type of commands, isn't it? And it's all black screen. Yes, I just vividly remember my dad telling me that he went to a computer course and they just tell them where the switches are. How do you turn it on? Lesson 1, yes. Turn on the computer. That's a good start. Travis says, have you watched the Fallout TV show, Yogi? No, I haven't. I like the game. I don't see the point of watching the show, though. It's like the other one, Witcher. Witcher, I play Witcher 3. That's the only one I play. And but I do not see the point of watching Witcher, the TV show. You know what I mean? Because if I like a game, that's because I like playing the game. I don't want to sit there and watch the story. Even though Witcher game, the story is amazing. I'm not sure about the TV show. I think the TV show is not doing very well. And there's another game. Guys, have you played this one? Have you played Last of Us? I have to say, Last of Us was one of the games I play during COVID as well. And man, I was so into it. I was so into it because it's very story based, and also that kind of game so linear. Normally, I try to avoid, because if I can't get past a certain point, I'm stuck. I give up. I have to give up the game, and so I play first of all. Last of Us 1 didn't go very far, but Last of Us 2 I played, and I have to dial down the difficulty way down in order to play. But the story is so riveting. I know, such a nerdy gamers talk. And Chrissy says, I'm back. The movies with hubby tonight watching. Yes, Chrissy is a big movie buff, isn't it? Zootopia too. Was it good? I hope you enjoy that. Tetris. Tetris is universal, it's timeless. Oh, Chelsea, no toes, really? No feet. If I start showing my feet, it's going to be turned into a slightly different kind of channel. I'm sure there'll be viewers out there, but slightly different kind of audience. Janine says my mom will unplug the phone line when she wanted us to off the internet. Oh, that's so funny, because they're literally using the same line. I remember that. Riki Tiki. Yes, that screeching sound dial up. Oh my God. Yes, that's gonna, forever burned in our memories. It's gonna, stitching with Yogi, or stitching with, or watching Yogi's feed. Your choice. I can accommodate. Let me see. I want to find a location that's got a few more stitches I can dig in. I kind of like idea. Maybe I can move it slightly to the left here. Oh, I know what I want to do. There's a whole bunch of this one down here. Oh, look at that, the formation of the stitches. Very interesting. Next, that one. green and green text. Is it green text or white text? Travis says the Witcher TV show is more based on the book series. Yes, the Witcher story is based on, which country is it? Is it Romania or is it Polish? Yes, the Polish writer. They're actually properly written books. It's based on books written by a Polish writer, and the games were based on the books. Actually, the games are so well done. Oh, heart-wrenching at times. But I think with TV shows, sometimes you just worry that they're going to butcher the whole thing, you know, and ruin the stories. And I think that's kind of what happened. Lona likes what Witcher? Wow. But I heard some sort of, you know, reviews are not so positive with Witcher. I think they were doing good in the beginning and then kind of just went a little bit pear-shaped. Rachel Morton says, I didn't get to play games during COVID. I worked in healthcare. Right. So you're probably super busy at that time. Yes. Yes, that's good. Or bad, I don't know. Maybe because it's high risk, isn't it? Being at work with all the patients. Yes, at that time, the healthcare workers and also people who deliver stuff and people who work at supermarkets as well, they're essential workers. You know, times like that, you know whether you're important for society's survival. Seriously. That's the time you find out whether you're essential or not. And clearly, you know, yoga teachers weren't that essential. Travis says, I heard that Henry Cavill might be coming back to play Geralt. I can never pronounce the character's name. Is Geralt in the final season? Yes, I think they swap actors. That's the problem, because originally the first one did well, and then for whatever reason they had to swap the actor, and they've just gone pear-shaped from there. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Chrissy. Let me just check the time. It's 42 minutes past midnight. So I might make these final few stitches with this beautiful turquoise color as my last color. And then I'll share my stitch count with you and give you a recap of what I've been doing today on this piece. So colorful, isn't it? Maybe I'm going to do one more row here, 3 more stitches. Literally, I'm just following this color, going vertically down there. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to do one more. So this is where the color flow is quite unique. Literally, you have to make judgment calls. It doesn't work every time, but when you have a whole block of color going a certain direction, you are allowed. I need to check with Gemma. I think you are allowed to stitch like this. All right. And I'm going to park it down here. Lovely. Guys, have a look at this. Trevor, my robot friend, and his book at the back. This is actually, the second robot is actually behind the actual robot. It's part of the book cover. It took me a little bit to figure that out. I was thinking, why do we have 2 robots, like, you know, looking in different direction? So, guys, this is what I've done today. I'll give you a quick recap. and I'll show you my stitch count, okay? I'm very excited. So today I'm working on this piece called Vintage Toys 2. It's a max color piece by Aimee Stewart. Absolutely love it, so much fun. And today, and this is 25 count and on pre-gridded fabric. And I've been sort of moving around in no particular location, just flowing around edges, filling in stitches based on, you know, how stitching friendly, you know, amount of confetti really most of the time, and color groups as well. So over here you've got a lot of color changes, a lot of confetti, but really fun to stitch, I have to say. And over here, if I need a rest, I come over here, do a little bit of more background stitching. And today I haven't done too much of the flying saucer, which is around this area, so I'm looking forward to that as well. So guys, let me show you. And my app, okay, is gripping. It's my me revealing my stitches time, okay? Before we play guess my stitches, and now it's for me to give you the number. So this is where I am, okay? Very, very nice. And I'm counting down to 3, 2, and 1. Here we go. Oh yes, the grand total, the grand total of 150 stitches for Yogi. Yay! Very confetti, that's my excuse. But not too bad, isn't it? And I like them, you know, the fact is very massagical with this piece. And let me have a look. Rachel Morton says, I just hit 600 in the evening. And Chelsea is hitting 400 during the stream. Okay, you're here to make Yogi look really, really slow. But then I am anyway, so you didn't have to try. And let me just draw your attention to the percentage as well, 1.76, a little bit to go. And it's got a max a number of 240 colors, so a lot of colors to play with. Okay, so guys, really great fun chatting today. Every day is really fun. We never know where we're going to go with our chat, and you guys leading the way, so thank you all. And you know, it's amazing what I learn every day. Yes, round of applause for Yogi, okay, and send Yogi some Dolly love and 99. So now is 47 minutes past midnight in the sleepy London town. Yogi signing out. And today we're coming back, and Mondays from now on, just in case you don't know already, Mondays is becoming the regular time, okay? And prior to, up to a few weeks ago, Mondays we start late, but now not Mondays, we start at a regular time. So I'm hoping to see you tomorrow for another round of stitching. And I have no idea what I'm going to do just yet. Neither do you. And until then, night-night. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy your Sunday. Bye-bye. Oh, Lona has got 173. Okay, you're still winning, Lona. You're still winning, Lona. Yes, slow down, slow down. Night-night, everyone. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.